with the English language. If you draw it with a picture, a diagram or something like that, it's right in front of you. And I worked as an architect, and I still do sort of architecture stuff for a long time. Go in a room, you put the picture up, everyone's got it in front of them, and you're talking to it and changing it, okay, as opposed to trying to read through and understand it. You bring it in much, much faster. Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my journey, all right? And I'll do it with pictures. So, I don't know, when you're in school and you were asked to draw a landscape, this is kind of what you drew, you know. The horizon, some mountains, the sun, gave it some colour. Okay, so I'm going to start there, all right, and this is my journey. So about 10 years ago, I was using physical whiteboards. And these are the sort of things I was, you know, putting up on the screen. Pretty bland, but I guess they got the message across as to what we're trying to do. Okay. And about 2012, I wanted to start taking digital notes and using a tablet. So I bought a stylus-optimized tablet. 2012, the Apple Pencil still didn't exist. You were told to use a finger. And so I bought an Android tablet, and it never really worked well. But I persisted. I went through about 4 different Android tablets with styluses. But my drawing on a tablet looked worse than it did on a whiteboard, okay? But I was using it. Then, this happened, okay? And everyone stopped going into an office, and I no longer had access to a whiteboard. But we had Zoom. And all of a sudden, a tablet with a pen became really, really handy. I could, you know, join the Zoom meeting with my tablet, and I could draw, kind of like on a whiteboard, but I was still pretty crap at drawing. Okay, still really crap at drawing, but at least I was able to do something. And then early last year, I changed jobs, and I started working with Confluent. And as an organisation, for their solutions engineers, of which I'm a solutions engineer, they had enabled their workforce with an iPad, with an app called Concepts that I hadn't used before, and some other tools, and I'll go through the tools. And it was a little bit eye-opening. I thought, wow, this is really cool. This actually works. So if I show you, I guess, what my whiteboards looked like within about a month of starting working with those tools at Confluent. So definitely improved, right? I'm starting to draw things out. Now, one of the nice things about Concepts, and I'm going to say if you've got an iPad, even if you've got Android, Concepts works on the Android, but the documents aren't compatible between them, and it's sort of a couple of versions behind on Android. It's still okay, all right? But the infinite canvas, so I can scroll left, right, out, in. It's just good to be able to, you know, zoom into detail like I'm doing here. Okay, and then about 2 months after I joined, we had someone new come into leadership, and she suggested, because we were all using this, that we should maybe do some training in it. And I attended a 2-day workshop on visual facilitation by a company in Australia called the Humble PM. Now, Vocablo is a German company. They basically sell material around visual facilitation. And there's a guy called Mark Hundleby that runs these courses. So they're quite expensive. It's about $1,500. If you can get your company to sponsor, you know, this, it'd be really cool. And I'm going to show you these drawings here that I started this morning. That's using the Vocablo sort of technique. All right, and this kind of really took off for me, right? So my drawing just changed, and it changed on a sort of a rapid progression. So I will go into the tools. So with digital, I have an iPad, And drawing with a pencil on an iPad, if you've got one, it's not very good. It sort of slips and slides everywhere. Samsung with their styluses, much better. I much prefer to note take on a Samsung tablet, and I use that in meetings. So I typically carry a MacBook, my iPad, and a Samsung tablet. So lots of things to keep charged. It gets better if you put a screen protector on the glass, and you can get this one off of Amazon. It's called, it's from Belmont. It's about $25 for 2 screen protectors, and it gives it a bit of a matte finish, so it feels more like writing on paper. They've tried to emulate their paper with the pencil, so I would recommend it. And of course, the Concepts app. This is a really good app, and if you have problems, their support's really good. It's only a small team out of California that write this. And then lastly, you don't need this, and I could show you how this works, except my MacBook's at the back of the room, so I can't. It basically is a AirPlay receiver running on your MacBook, so that I can present from my iPad up here or wherever it is onto a screen somewhere with a HDMI cable. Okay, so that's digital. Now, with paper, if you do the vocabulary course, and you don't have to do it, but if you do it, you get one of these sort of packs, and you get these refillable pens from Newland, and they have like hundreds of colours. They have them for paper, they have them for whiteboards, very large tips for doing shading and things, so they're really good if you sort of, if your work is in a room and you are, doing sort of agile facilitation and you want to draw out a journey or something like that and you're doing it on paper, these are really good, much better than what you can get from an Officeworks. Okay, they're expensive and you can buy them online. Also actually I'll show that later, I'll leave that for now. Okay, and again I've already mentioned this, but with whiteboards, again the Newland markers, and I'm going to suggest that if you're buying markers, buy the ones that have the sort of rectangular tips. Yep, chisel tip, is that what it's called? Cool, there you go, learned something. So you can use both edges, right? So my little people here, they just sort of emulated it on my tablet, is the wide one to draw the bodies and a narrow one to draw the heads and arms. So, all right. So now this is a follow along. How to draw. Okay. So please copy me if you want to. Right? Lines. These are simple. Right? Easy. Getting a bit harder. So these Newland pens have places for your finger, so you're always holding it the right way so that tip touches the paper the way it's supposed to. And I'm never good at making circles, but that one turned out pretty good. All right. Squiggly shapes. And the last ones are the other shapes. Right. My shark fin and the letter U. So if you can do all those shapes, you can draw all of the vocabulary symbols. So, like that. very quick to draw something. And of course, shading helps. Right. So here's some other shapes. And again, you'll see them all in the Picasso shapes. And again, colouring shading really changes the way they look. So let's draw some more. Try these, okay? And for these, right, our shark fin. Okay. Can you see, I've got some, no, you can't see it at all. I've got some cheats on there, which turned out is very good, right? So a meeting between two people. Now, Motsu, let me draw Motsu, right? But I'm going to do it in a different order. I'm going to do the O, I'm going to do the M, I'm going to do a U, and a Z. I'll do them on the screen. Just check my pen's working, yeah. Right, shading. Now, containers. When drawing containers, and actually I won't do it on the white, right. Draw the words, then draw the box around it. If you draw the box first, your words won't fit. Okay. All right. So, just being able to, all right, I'm drawing an architectural diagram and I've got a secure area. Dropping a lock in a corner that's either locked or unlocked, you can draw that in 10 seconds just to make it, much easier than writing secure zone, right, or unsecure zone. So I got these two books when I did the training, and they basically talk through lots of different techniques and shapes and everything. I've just taken 2 photos just so you can see some of the symbols. I've drawn some already today, you would have seen, right? So I'm going to draw people now, because this really comes down to how much time you want to spend. So it could be as simple as an upside down U in a line, and it looks like a person, right? A little bit of shading helps it, even if you're doing that on the run. You don't need to put arms, but when we draw stick figures, our arms don't come out of our tummies; they come out from under our necks. So you draw your arms at the top. You can start to do actions like falling, pointing, right? The difference, and in fact, if you're looking at this guy, I copied the guy that's sort of like 2 to the left and added the legs, thickened his arms, and added the shading. And then sort of the stick figure guy, I like these from there. I like how they look. So again, the whiteboard people, these are very quick to draw using the pen with the chiseled tip. And once you get the hang of drawing people, then you can, start to have them do things. So a team being led on a journey in a boat, very quick, easy to draw. Is this kind of cool? All right. Emotions. So, happy, you don't need to put eyes for happy. The smiley face is really all you need. Shock, pondering or thought, scared. If you don't want to draw faces, you can use symbolism as well, right? Very easy to just give an idea. You can dress them up in hats, hair. Okay. Now, if you have to, I'm going to say, don't draw the stick man. It's just as easy to draw 2 long legs and a pair of arms, and it just comes across as a lot better, right? So I'll give this to you as a JPEG afterwards as well. So writing is the next thing. And this is the thing I hate. So this is my writing. All right, it's shocking. I can barely read it. And if I have to do something fast, and if I'm nervous, like in a room of people, it gets even worse. So this is the Bicablo style of writing, okay? And the one thing is it's really compact, right? Much, much more compact than my handwriting. So you can fit it into flip charts really easily. You can get a lot more letters in. So it's good. And the thing that makes it readable is the really tall, skinny, lowercase characters. Now, Concepts sucks at this. This is the only font you have in Concepts. It's Helvetica or Arial, and it's really long, and you don't get a choice. It's one. They say fonts are coming later next year, but so that means I have to handwrite everything. So how do I do that when my writing sucks? Well, I've made my own font of all the letters I use, and then I copy paste and manually kern. And this kind of sucks, right? It kind of looks neat when you're watching it, and my teammates, when they see me doing this, they kind of, that sort of satisfying videos that you see where people are lining up the letters and other things. So that's how I do this. It takes a long time. So I have a shortcut, and I have I use Lucidchart as well. So I've hand-drawn a font that kind of matches with Lucidchart. So I will sometimes use this instead of the Bicablo font. And if I go to here, I didn't write that. I went into Lucidchart, I typed it in, I saved it as a transparent JPEG, I airdropped it onto the iPad, I imported it in and dropped it into my diagram. And that's much faster than writing paragraphs. So if I have to write paragraphs and put it in, mostly I don't, because mostly I'm just drawing pictures. But if I have to, that's the way I go. So I'm really looking forward to Concepts supporting more fonts. So actually, going back to this, and it improves memory, right? If I were to bring up the original flip chart, where was a helicopter? Hands up. Was it there, number 2? No, hands up when I go to the right one. It was 5, yeah. All right. Had I written down the helicopters is a list, you probably wouldn't remember it, right? Faces, I'm almost done. So, everyone want to draw this? Step 1, draw the nose. Then a smile. An ear. $66 for eyes. Some spiky hair. A chin. A neck. A collar. And shoulders. Let's start that again. A nose. A mustache. The same ear. Pair of glasses. A chin. Make the neck. Bald head. Up. Right. And that's done. So, I'm kind of on time. Who thinks they can do that? A few more? All right, that's good. So, my journey. Where are we? If I go back to now, these are some diagrams that I started. So, before Vocablo, this is just a picture from a whiteboard that I'd drawn. So, scribbling, colouring in, that sort of thing. So, I tend to call this a light board, where you're drawing with light on a black background. After Vocablo, I switched to a whiteboard. So this was my first attempt, and this was in a week of using Vocablo. I had redrawn using the Vocablo technique of shading and colouring and the shapes, etc. And then, this is kind of where I am now, where I'm painstakingly neat, because I use these over and over and over again. It's like a book, reading a story to a classroom where I'm flipping pages. So, yeah, I've put time into something that I'm going to use more than half a dozen times, or in this case, a presentation I do once. But anyway, so this is the same version as a light board, and visually I like the brightness of the imagery on black, but it's a personal choice. Now, 2 weeks ago, I gave a talk on data mesh at an event in Perth, and without stepping through it like I stepped through this. This was the presentation. It's the first time I sort of gave a presentation with a tablet and a pen in front of a big room, but I tend to have slides in meetings where I do, agenda. Go through problems where I might document it, so on. And then, the imagery, and I'm just panning through this. I will, if there are things that I need to bring in, I'll bring them in as a screenshot and just sort of frame them in my light boards. You can see here my people. Okay. Drawing interesting things like, for example, finding a balance between central and decentralized governance, putting them on a seesaw, just coming up with ideas about how you want to portray something that you're talking about. So this was a 20-minute talk, and that was everything that I had talked about. And I'm going to switch to a different document now. So This is going to go away, and I'm going to go in here. And this is my storytelling sort of light board. So again, I have my meeting hygiene slides, okay, which I go through. History of Confluent and Apache Kafka. And then I have my storytelling. So all this I hand draw, right? And I can bring them up and shut them down depending on, you know, the story I want to take. There's about 6 stories in this light board. Everything is turned on. And that's it. So that's my presentation. Questions? How much time do we have? Because I think I'm probably, are we at time? Okay.
How you get the ideas to generate these stories?
Some of them are from, so it might be a presentation, or it might be a YouTube video that has a concept around, let's just say it's, you know, in my role, I might need to talk about data warehouse modernization. So I'll take ideas, and I will typically start with a flow. So I will scribble out in a layer within concepts, just wording or pictures as to how I want to make the story. And then I start from the first part to the last part, drawing out the bits and pieces that I want to talk about, and then just sort of crossing them off as I go, right? And then so what I haven't done is, within concepts, and the way I've worked this is, I have all the different steps in my story in different layers. So what I was doing with the pen, and in fact, what I can show you is, in concepts, it has a presentation mode, which is good. What I'm going to go here is just do mirror everything. And now you can see the toolbar. So over on the right, in this one, there are layers, and I can turn these on and off as I go. So building out that story, once I do one, new layer, draw the new one, new layer, draw the new one. And also with like if I'm drawing out icons, so here where I've got shading, that's potentially 3 layers. So the line around the outside, the colouring on the inside, and then if I want to put a shadow in there, there's a layer underneath which I then combine to that object.
I think you might have answered this, but are these like reusable components?
Yes. Yeah, so what I do is, you can see my screen now on the left, I have things that I've imported into a toolbar. So I can, for example, if I do that right, drop them in and use them. So the things I use more, I drop in, so it makes it much easier to do, and then hence it becomes a lot faster than drawing it on a piece of paper. A funny thing is, so in concepts, a double tap is undo, and a triple tap is redo. And occasionally now, if I'm doing this and I stuff it up, I'll do that. And it's, you know, it just becomes natural once you start using this all the time. And you go into other apps and I double tap, oh no, I've got to hit the undo button. But
Hello. Oh. Are you able to pre-configure the views for the storytelling steps? Or are you constantly...
One spot to another? No, I'm constantly paging, right?
Okay.
I have thought about drawing them up and then potentially using something like Prezi, but when you're in a meeting, sometimes you'll get taken off track, and doing that in a Prezi is a bit hard, so you just have to, I mean, I'm kind of used to it, and it makes it interactive, and I always get lots of feedback at the end of a meeting, how did you do that, right?
Hi. Do you have like any tips for showing how to do like cleaning up like relations between things, like this talks to this is grouped with this?
It kind of like how you do it on paper. So if I were to to just draw something, actually so within here you can see, you can change how things work, so, doing it very quickly, but you can see in this diagram how I've got like lots of arrows and things. I have the boxes inside other boxes, connectors that you hand draw. Is there any sort of thing you'd like to sort of go beyond that, or? No, it's, so one of the things I do is I'll draw something and I think, well, that doesn't fit. So then what I need to do is, I'll be selecting large areas, and then I have to wait for that because that's quite complex, and then I'll move them around, right? So quite often when I'm doing the drawings, it doesn't work the way I want it, and then I have to start reorganizing the puzzle.
Have you heard of the tool Miro?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yep. So Miro is very good for those online where you've got lots of people working at the same time. But most of those people are working with a mouse, right? You're putting a post-it note on a piece of paper, and you're drawing with a mouse is so hard. Yeah. But Miro's cool. It is, right? Yeah.
So how do you share your slides after presentations?
So after I've done something, and typically what I'll do is I'll have a layer in here, which is where I put my notes, so actions and everything else. It's export, choose the format, so JPEG, whether it's a selection or the entire drawing, whether I want a black or white background, the resolution, and then I'll airdrop it to my Mac and send it out as a PDF. So what I will do, if you want this, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn, or I don't know how, is there a way of giving the presentations out afterwards? Yeah, so I'll export this as a JPEG at the end.
Good. Thanks everyone so much. Please give another round of applause for the amazing Phil.
Thank you.
It's now morning tea, so go out, grab yourself a coffee, something to eat. Talks resume at 11:25.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you. Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Tell me the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you. Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Go.
got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Off what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the ultimate keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
I think our customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hensman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Henselman's group.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the Ultimate Keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
I think our customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah. Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hensman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our offices. We're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Henselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Pink beret. As you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the pink, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a pink background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so pink beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. We definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think it's very inspiring.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always try to be better than yesterday. That's always been me, so I'm better than yesterday and I'll be better tomorrow.
I also got a lot of training opportunities on Planet because there's a vast library of training courses available that I can just access anytime. Before I joined Planet, like when you want to learn something, Google first, right? And then when you Google something, you always have to pay for something, and that's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they do, and who always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Gun is the best of the best, and for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you are at the right place because we have got all the training materials, right people, and right opportunities. Yeah, whatever you need to progress in your career, you have got everything in here to boost your experience and boost your personality. Everything in a compact pack. That's what Planet is for me.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Tell me the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy like you said. He even tried the broccoli. Eat it. Then I helped him make his work much better. And we found the perfect outfit to wear to my party. But I really needed to wind down before bed, so I turned my hand into a starfish.
My best thing is you being back.
By applying market-leading technology solutions through our lifecycle services, we help clients realize business outcomes through our advice, integration, and operational services. MOQ Digital helps clients to fully understand their IT needs, adopt the right solution, and provide ongoing support to maximize their investment.
Pleasure to introduce Macklin Hartley to you today. He is a full stack engineer who's been in the industry for nearly 10 years, so a fair bit of experience there. And he speaks about a range of topics including accessibility, queuing theory, continuous delivery, and feature toggling. And this is his third speaking engagement at DDD. And he's going to be talking to you about how fast is your website really. So please, round of applause for Macklin.
Thank you. Is this working? Yep. All right, so how fast is your website really? That's the question I'm going to ask today. How many people build fast websites? So you all build slow websites. That's probably why you're here, I guess, right? Cool. How do you know if your website's fast, though? I kind of built this slide under the assumption that everyone would put their hands up, but that's okay. How do we even know? That's probably the question that we need to ask at the moment. So, spoiler alert, this is how you know. This is the answer. You need to have user-centric performance metrics. You need to capture those metrics from real devices, and you need to have continuous observability over those metrics. So that's the whole talk, right? No, that's the end of the talk. I'm going to get to that point, but we've got to figure out how to get there, right? Just before I continue on, one thing that this talk is not going to be is how to actually tune for better performance, how to do web performance tuning. That's probably a whole other talk in itself. And actually, there's tons of tips, like Google will give you heaps of tips on how to do that. So we'll separate that out of this talk. We're just going to figure out how to actually measure it first, and then we'll go from there. So let's start by forgetting everything we actually know about web performance monitoring. We'll start from scratch. I like the idea of starting somewhere really naive and then kind of building up from there. So what we're going to do is do the simplest thing that I can probably think of, which is just on that page load event. This is an event that's available to you in the browser. We're just going to track our performance there. So this would be code that you can actually run, and we can see our page took 729 milliseconds to load. So that's nice. Except that kind of falls apart because the moment we look in the Performance Inspector, which is a tool that's available inside Chrome, you can see the red L there, that's your page load event, and you can actually see that stuff's happening on either side of that event. And actually most of it's happening on the wrong side. So that's not telling us anything useful. Basically more of the stuff is happening after that event. So we've got to try and fix that. One thing we could do is we could use the new navigation timing API. So it's a bit more modern than just sort of running a page load event. That is okay, but really that's just giving us a whole lot of numbers that are about as meaningless as the page load event. It's not telling us anything useful. When I get DOM content loaded event end, what does that mean? What does that mean for the user? What does that look like? So a bunch of smart, big brain people have gotten together and actually all realized that we all have the same problem. And they put together the W3C Web Performance Working Group. And this group came together and came up with they coined a term called user-centric performance, or user-centric performance metrics. So what are those? They're centered around a couple of different things. You've got perceived load speed. That's as perceived as in as best as we can represent the load speed perceived by the user. Load responsiveness, which is just how fast that process goes for. Runtime responsiveness, which is after it's loaded, how fast is your website. And then two other things, visual stability and smoothness, which are less about performance, but still really important. And out of that, who's seen these before? These metrics, yep, Web Vitals. A number of metrics with abbreviations that are sometimes hard to remember, that are the key metrics for measuring web performance, really handy. I'm going to go through all of these really quickly. I know a lot of people put your hands up saying that they've seen these before, so I won't spend too long on them. But we're going to go through what each one of these means just quickly. So time to first byte is the time between when the browser requests the page and when it receives the first byte of information back. And it's kind of just all of the stuff that's happening before your page loads. There's actually quite a lot of it usually. A lot of this happens very, very quickly, so it's almost imperceptible. But a number of things can actually affect how long this process takes. So it's really important to measure that. Google, who I guess are big and heavily involved in the W3C Web Performance Working Group, suggests that time to first byte should be under 800 milliseconds. That's a good score. But anything over 1.8 seconds is poor and needs improvement. Next up, we have first contentful paint. This is the time from when the page starts loading to any part of the page is rendered on the screen. So this is going from a white box in your browser to the first time anything appears on the screen. It looks a bit like this. So we can see we captured FCP when that first part of the result comes up on the top. Google's really convenient for testing this stuff because they stream these results back to you. So you slow it down slightly and you can actually capture this. We can see at the top there, FCP's 0.5 seconds. FCP should be anywhere between, should be below 1.8 seconds if you can help it. Anything above 3 seconds is too long and it needs improvement. Next up you have LCP, or largest contentful paint. This is tracking how many seconds it takes for the largest item or the largest most data intensive element above the fold element takes to load. So it looks like this. We can actually see it shifts as this page loads. And we're looking at the largest, we're tracking the largest element on the page at a given time. Let me just pick that up. So you can see LCP shifts from the sort of the top of the bottom of the page is actually the FCP at the very beginning. But then as as we kind of uncover the largest element as we go, that FCP score changes, and at the end we calculate it at 1.6 seconds. Largest contentful paint should be under 2.5 seconds if you can help it, and anything over 4 seconds is too long. Then you have some other metrics as well, less associated with load times, but still really important. This one's called first input delay. It's the time for the first interaction on the page, the first time your user clicks anything. Google targeted the first time the user clicks anything because quite often while your page is loading, it's quite a data-intensive, CPU-intensive exercise. And if your user clicks anything while that's happening, you are likely to see some sort of delay or incur some sort of less than ideal experience. So they focused on that first input. It looks a little bit like this. Usually it's quite imperceptible. The target scores are very low. So this is a bit more of a contrived example. But you can click that button and then there's an input delay there. And we track that. like I was saying, quite low target scores there, usually imperceptible, like 100 milliseconds is quite imperceptible. A good score is 100 milliseconds, anything over 300 is too long. Next up, this is a fairly new metric called interaction to next paint, and the way to think about this one is its first input delay, calculated slightly differently, but over the course of the entire interaction with the page. So not just the first interaction, but every interaction on the page, every button you click, every carousel you scroll and stuff like that. Interaction to next paint should be under 200 milliseconds if you can help it. Anything over half a second is too long. There's a slide missing there, but that's all right. Cumulative layout shift is the last one. This one is a little bit different, but I think it's still a really important metric. It's not so much about web performance as much it is about sort of visual stability. The way we can perceive cumulative layout shift. This is why I think it's really important, because these are really annoying. They suck, and no user likes this when this happens. This is maybe a less disastrous example, but no, missing a slide there too. Cool. I think there was a famous example where there was a layout shift on a page with a nuclear missile alert test system, and they clicked the wrong one. That's the picture I had, but it's gone. So this is a score between 0 and 1, so it's sort of a calculated score. I think of it more of like a percentage, but I don't know if that's actually what it's meant to represent. But anything below 0.1 or 10% is good. Anything over 25% or 0.25 probably needs some work. It's probably got too many of those shifting components that are getting in the way, annoying your users. So a number of these metrics, not all of them, make up what Google call the core web vitals. You can see here, largest contentful paint and first input delay and cumulative layout shift. They make up actually what Google uses to decide where your search engine ranking is. If you're somewhere on a search engine page, typically you can move up that search engine page and result if you have a faster website. So there's actually material benefit here, commercial benefit, in that if you improve the performance of your site, you actually get improved performance sort of in your externalities, for example. I want to talk about largest contentful paint. Why did they choose that one? It's because these metrics don't have atomicity. So you might have noticed when we went through our examples before, time to first byte, the way it's calculated, usually means you'll get a score that is below first contentful paint and a score that is below your largest contentful paint. Sometimes the first contentful and largest contentful paint will be the same. That's probably a good thing. But what this means is tracking all of these three together, we can actually sort of look at the differences between them and identify which one is having the most impact on your web performance. So for example, if you have a very high number for time to first byte, that's usually an indicator that your user's very far away from where your web page is being served from. You can improve that by bringing them closer together. Whereas if, for example, if your time to first byte is really good, but you've got a kind of larger gap to first contentful paint, sort of in this case here, and then a very large gap to largest contentful paint, we're able to transfer the JavaScript and the HTML onto the page very, very quickly, but it takes a long time to process that, pass the JavaScript, and render it. So that's where you'd probably want to set your focus. And setting your focus on stuff like this is really good. Like we have case studies that actually prove that there is commercial benefit to doing this. Vodafone's a really good example. Vodafone's huge, so 8% of sales is an astronomically high number, but 8% more sales when they increase their performance on largest contentful paint. So I think we know how to get user-centric performance metrics now. We know what they are, at least, so we can tick that box. Let's figure out now how to actually capture these metrics. So there's a couple of different ways that we can capture them. You've got ad hoc testing, synthetic monitoring, and then real user monitoring. So I'm going to go into each one of those. Ad hoc testing. Who's used Lighthouse for Google Chrome before? Nice, this side of the room. I'll focus my attention this way then. So Lighthouse for Google Chrome is a tool built into Google Chrome that allows you to test any web page, probably more likely your own, the one that you manage. And it will give you back those Web Vitals scores. You can see them, well, it's probably kind of small, but they're those numbers in the bottom right corner. It's tracked first contentful paint, largest contentful paint, all of those other metrics. This is really handy. It's obviously a free tool that you can, like everyone already has, so really good to start using that. But perhaps a better example is this tool here, also provided by Google. This will run Lighthouse on your behalf on a device that is not a desktop computer. So this makes a huge difference because the performance profile of a mobile device, which is what this will run on, it makes a significant difference to the score, and is actually probably more realistic and representative of real-world traffic. Most of your users are going to come from mobile devices. The other interesting thing about this is this will run in a data center in the United States. So if the majority of your customers are there and not here, this is going to be more representative of that too. So this ad hoc testing, this is really great. It's free. Anyone can do this, and I suggest and recommend that people do this. If you've got a website, you should be kind of testing the performance and tracking all of this stuff. There's no setup required. Everyone has Google Chrome. Even if you don't use it, you probably got it. But these are only good for once-off manual tests. It's clicking around testing stuff. We don't have any automation here. And they're also, even though the web performance, the web.dev/measure, that tool runs in a US data center on a mobile device, they still don't really represent real-world traffic. I'll get back to that in a minute. One of our other options is synthetic monitoring. So this is an example of one tool. These are really cool people that build this. They're based in Australia, Calibre. And what we're actually looking at here is a pull request, a comment on a pull request. So the way this tool is set up is every time you create a pull request, you can set it up to, on a deployed version of this change, run a Web Vitals test. I think it just runs Lighthouse, but on your behalf. It will run on multiple different devices, so it will run on desktops, but multiple different Android and iOS devices for you as well. We'll check that, and you can choose all the locations and stuff like that you run on. So it's a bit more representative of your real-world traffic again. So this is probably a better tool if you want to sort of take the next step. You've got your continuous integration, continuous delivery automation through those pull request checks. So that allows you, if you're doing your regular pull request, to monitor change over time. Unfortunately, this tool's not free. You do have to pay a little bit to use it. And it's still not representative of real-world traffic. So we've got more devices now, but at the end of the day, those devices are still running in data centers. And we're kind of assuming that's how it's going to behave on the real world, but it's still not the real world. Like, I think we can do better. Why do I think this is important? So if we look at browser engines, we might be mistaken into thinking that there's not a whole lot of diversity there. So you've got WebKit-based devices. This is traffic from a website that I currently kind of maintain. So don't know if this is 100% accurate to like global statistics. But if we look at browser engines, you've got WebKit, so every single iOS device, as well as some Mac OS desktop devices will be running WebKit. I say every single iOS device. If you've got Google Chrome on your iPhone, it's actually WebKit. It's not Google Chrome. And then the rest of it is Blink. So same browser engine as Google Chrome. If you're running Microsoft Edge, you've got that. So not a whole lot of diversity there. Same with form factor. We're down to sort of a two-speed world. You've got desktop devices and mobile devices. You've got a small sliver there for TVs or something, tablets, right? But I think this is probably a naive way to look at it. So you might look at these and go, oh, I really only need to test on an iPhone and maybe one Android device and a Windows desktop, maybe. That should be enough. I don't think that's good enough. Let's have a look at, this is a graph showing the single core scores of devices, a wide range of devices, mobile devices. It goes up to 2020, so I think there's been some shifts as well. But the really interesting thing this is telling us is there's a huge, like, massive difference in performance between top-end devices and low-end devices. And the problem here is the majority of your users aren't running those top-end devices. This is like if you're, who here has an iPhone and is running tests on it regularly? Cool, one person. This one person, I can tell you that maybe what you're doing is not representative of what the majority of your users are experiencing. So to put it another way, and this is obviously with old data, we've got a new iPhone that's just come out, so this is going to change again. The difference in performance between those two devices is so significant that we've got a coin, we've got a term that's been coined for this. It's called the performance inequality gap. Yeah, that's a big difference there. That was actually coined by this guy. He does some really interesting talks on that. I've got some links at the end to the talks that this guy's done before. He has a really interesting part on his talk where he's running these performance benchmarks on these devices, and just to sort of add to this as well, he's got a Nexus 5X. He's tested it once, and then he puts it on top of a block of ice, and that device now performs 15% faster. So that's really interesting. This now means that the environment in which you run your website and these benchmarks are working in also changes performance. So that score that you had before, that could be 15% higher or 15% lower. And this isn't just sort of like no one's actually running their devices on a block of ice, but if you're outside on a 40-degree day in Perth, you could actually have users that are experiencing your site with 15% less performance. So this is a real thing that does come up when we're talking about real-world sort of metrics and real-world tracking. Another thing that's really important is I think a lot of us work under the assumption that networks are widely a lot faster and a lot more capable than they've ever been. 4G itself is very widely available. That's great. That's a bit of a miracle, actually, because it's pulling us forward. We have a significant reduction in the use of like our sort of 4-second budget. 4 seconds is for LCP. We've made huge strides, and all sites are generally a lot better performing for this. But that only works under the assumption that 4G networks are evenly distributed, which they're not. If we look at the sort of variance within WA in 4G network speeds, at the low end you've got about 18 megabytes per second, and at the high end you're talking almost 10 times higher than that. Same goes for latency. Latency can differ very significantly, particularly on 4G networks. 4G, by the way, networks, the majority of devices are browsing on as well. So that is where you're going to see the majority of your devices, and the majority of your users with their devices are going to be experiencing this sort of variance in performance. So hopefully that tells you that we probably need to actually start monitoring on real devices so that we can account for environmental factors, different 4G networks and different temperatures, as it turns out, as well as different CPU performance on devices. So what is real user monitoring? Real user monitoring is capturing performance metrics directly from devices so that we can observe differences in functionality, reliability, and responsiveness. So an example of how to do real user monitoring might be the Chrome user experience report. So I think we all know that Chrome, while you're browsing the internet, is doing all sorts of tracking. Some of it's good, some of it's not so good. This is maybe one of the gooder ones, I'd say. Every single website you visit, Google is sending, it's anonymizing and then sending Web Vitals metrics to itself. It collates all of those metrics and makes this data set completely free and available to you. So you can pull down this data set now for a site that you manage, and you can see how it's performing on real-world devices across the internet. The Chrome User Experience Report is great because it's free. You can see, I can go and see the Chrome User Experience Report for google.com or facebook.com. It's widely available. It does do real user monitoring, so cool, ticks that box. The one downside is that it doesn't give you these metrics in real time, so you can pull this report once a month. That's a bit unfortunate because if we made a change and we were worried about the performance, that feedback loop is too long. What happens there is you might make a sort of a performance regression. You incur the cost of that performance regression for an entire month before knowing that you've done that, and then you have to go and try and figure out what caused that a month later, so that's not ideal. The other thing is this only profiles Google Chrome devices, so you don't get realistic real user monitoring for iOS devices based on WebKit. And actually not even all Chrome devices, just Google Chrome, so not like Blink, Microsoft Edge or anything like that. They're not sending data to Google for you. So it's not representing everyone. Here's another tool. This kind of fixes the, with the Google Chrome User Experience Report, there's a couple of hoops you have to jump through. You have to get a Google account and then use this Data Studio thing, set it up. This kind of just makes this a whole lot easier. You don't have to create an account or anything like that. You can just plug in a site right now. Anyone here could just do this in about 2 seconds. It's made by the Calibre people too. And I've been told to put the sponsor slide either at the beginning or the end, so the DDD people are probably panicking now because I'm about halfway through and I've got the slide here, like, is he finished? No, I've decided to do something probably that might get me a little bit in trouble, but I'm going to do a sponsor leaderboard, so I'm going to go through all of the sponsors to tell you how fast your sites are going to perform. Yeah, all right. So just some ground rules when we start. This is how I'm going to run the tool. I'm going to run it across the whole domain. You tend to get better results. It's more representative of everything that's going on, as well as there are some sites that aren't going to have enough traffic, so you need, I think, at least 1,000 visits on Google Chrome per month, so some of them are going to get missed out there. And the other thing is I'm going to order this dashboard in descending order from the LCP metric, because I think that one's most important. We touched on that before, the case study for Vodafone. That tends to be the one that's tied to commercial benefit, so we're going to go that one. So a couple of people got off the hook, didn't get enough traffic, so good for them. Maybe next year. And this one's a little bit embarrassing. So I work for one of these companies. It's the one on number 20 there. So what happened there? I can explain that, and I think I will. That website there is more so a recruitment tool than it is the website that we derive commercial benefit from. So that's why that's like that. Also, I have nothing to do with that one, so that's probably why it's like that. Some other interesting scores here. We have the lowest score, obviously, for FCP and LCP on this dashboard. Really interesting, though, that for Insight, not sure what happened, the FCP is larger than the LCP, so a bit confusing. I don't think that's actually possible. Maybe that's a dud result. Scrub that off. Now we're last. Great. There's also a 0 score for cumulative layout shift here, so good on Family Zone for doing that. Let's move up the board here. Some more interesting results. What have we got? Planet Testing has a interesting score for cumulative layout shift of 1. I'm not sure what to make of that. That's a bit odd to me. Maybe that's just a bad result as well. We've got Bunnings along the middle there. I should say that when I'm identifying this stuff, obviously this could be taken or construed as a bit of a roast, but I also see this as an opportunity for improvement. Until you see something like this, anyone work for Bunnings? Cool, at the back. This is a really, there's probably something really simple that's causing something like this, especially if it's right across the board. So there might be opportunity for improvement here. Have a quick look at it. It might sort of highlight something that you hadn't seen before. We've also got the best score for first input delay from Telstra Purple here, so good for them. And I've got an interesting result here as well. So Bank West, best score for time to first byte, awesome. Better than AWS. So globally redundant, massive network, probably the largest single network in history ever made. And Bankwest, dingy little bank from Perth, better time to first byte. So whatever the Bankwest people are doing is probably pretty good. Yeah. So actually, that is a good point. Data center and customers, majority in Perth. So that's probably where that's coming from. Obviously, AWS much more distributed. So, and here's the final result. So, who saw that one coming? DDD Perth number 2. There's obviously some really smart people putting that one together. The only green across the board score was Versent, so good job to them. And then number 1 score is GitHub. Anyone have any theories about why GitHub's number 1, aside from massive investment in web performance. Reese. Yep. So for anyone who didn't hear, yeah, Reese's mum doesn't use GitHub, as it turns out. I kind of assumed she did, but also, yeah, desktop devices, majority of people with like high-powered devices, largely text-based, pretty much all text-based as well. That tends to help. So largest contentful paint. If you've got images on the page, you'll be impacted by that. So some of these scores as well should be mentioned that take them with a bit of a grain of salt. It's not like GitHub is doing something particularly special. Sometimes it's actually more the user base themselves. But again, yeah, plenty of opportunity for improvement here as well, particularly if you've got some of the results on this sort of part of the board as well. There might be something really simple. I'm not going to talk about that in this talk, though. That's probably the next one. See you next year. All right, so we figured out how to capture metrics from end-user devices. There's a number of really easy ways to do it. But we're still missing continuous observability. So we've got our Chrome user experience report. We can get this data, but we can get it once a month. So that's not really good enough. We need to be able to see this data at real time. Here's a bit of our progress as we go here. So you can see we're improving along the way there, but we don't currently have that solution that gives us all three. We haven't quite worked that out yet. So if we can't find an off-the-shelf tool, why don't we just ask ourselves, is it really that hard to build yourself an analytics service? Can we build it ourselves? We might as well have a try. We've been through all the tools. Nothing seems to be quite hitting the mark on all three. Actually turns out it's really easy. So you can grab this library. This is the Web Vitals library. It's the same library that I guess they built into Google Chrome. It can give you the same scores, but you can run JavaScript. You can pull that down, and it looks a little bit like this. You can just import a bunch of functions. You can add callbacks to them. That send to analytics function, I'll get to that in a sec, but we can also, while we're here, if we're going to send something to our little analytics service, we can capture some other stuff as well. So JavaScript errors, content security policy violations, we can send all of that stuff down there. That send to analytics function looks like this. It maybe looks a little, I've got prettier run over this, so it maybe looks a little bit hard to read. It just sends a request down to a server, so we can start reporting these metrics. That navigator.sendBeacon way is a better way to send metrics like this, because it can finish the request somewhat after your page unloads. Goes to the next page. So if your user clicks on something and you really want to quickly report a metric there or an error or something like that, that's more likely to capture it. But let's fall back to fetch just in case. And I'm doing a bit of code golf here. So I've tried to compress it all into one page, but this is the entire server. This is the whole thing. So really, 24 lines of code is all it took. We can see here that we're importing this prom client library, which is the Prometheus library. We'll get to that in a minute. We can set up our metrics like this. We're using summary metrics, so that allows us to observe time distributions. And then that's the service, just an express web server. Depending on which metric we get back, we'll just observe each one of those. So then moving on from there, we've got our analytics server in the middle. And then because it's just a really simple web server, we don't have it's not sort of paired with a database. There's no persistence or anything like that. We can keep our metrics in memory. The way of doing this with Prometheus is it's pull-based. So that's polling on a continuous basis our analytics service for the latest version of the metrics, keeping track of that. And then we've got Grafana slapped on top of that, because Grafana has really nice, pretty graphs, which we'll show in a minute. But this is dead simple. And because we've rolled our own analytics service, I'm not going to tell you all to use Prometheus and Grafana, that's what I use, but there's nothing stopping you from hooking this up to Honeycomb or sending this data to New Relic if you wanted to. There's about 1 million different options for this, and you can send it wherever you want. And because you've written your own code for this, that is completely up to you. So here's another example where we might want to store our metrics for more long-term use. So you've got Amazon, Kinesis, Firehose, and S3, and then you can use Snowflake to run queries over that data. Dead simple. Also, there's probably 15,000 different ways to do this as well. This is just one example. And we don't do this yet, but yeah, I can see there being value in sort of having a long-term trends for those metrics rather than something that lives in memory. So as soon as those containers are dead, then you have to start again. And this is what we end up with. So this is Grafana, quick video from Grafana. We're tracking all of those metrics. We've got an instantaneous score, so that's really helpful for if we've made a quick change, we can just look at that and see if that number's gone up. We can observe trends over time. I've got heat maps there, so I've got a histogram type metric as well, and that allows us to sort of see that distribution over time, and we can kind of observe any of those trends there, so that's really useful. I really like the one in the bottom right as well. Those are tied to the actual performance scores that I showed you before, so green is in that good space, and then anything above that is red. We can see how often we're going into that red there, so that's really, really helpful too. If you remember, we also sent some other stuff to our analytics service, so now that we've got this server, we can kind of start reporting on everything that's going on as well. So I've got some geolocation stuff in there, which devices people are using. Because we have our own analytics server, it's really easy to just keep adding more to it. This is where I got the device data from as well, from the previous slides. So yeah, to recap, best way to do web performance monitoring is to do 3 things. You need user-centric performance metrics, you need to capture those performance metrics from real-world devices, and you need to be able to continuously observe those. So we need to be able to see the advantage of being able to continuously observe is we can capture a quick regression. We can have a PR that gets merged, everything starts running. Oh look, something's gone wrong. The performance profile has changed in the wrong way. We can roll that back very quickly. Yeah, that's all of it. That's the three goals. We did it. Thanks everyone. That's me. If you want to like attack me on Twitter for roasting the place where you work, so that's how you do that if you want to do that. I've also got all the resources here. You can find my slides using any of those links there. I'll share them out. So all the resources, everything I talked about is there. Here's how to learn about all of those metrics as well, more than just the 10 seconds I gave them on stage. Here's some really useful tools. So all the tools I covered versus some other stuff as well. Has anyone got any questions? Reese, making me nervous, man.
No, I just wanted to get your opinion. So there was, Google had those kind of green to red, not so good, good. I was kind of surprised that the numbers nowadays are still quite high. I think you said 1.8 seconds for first contentful paint. Like, I shut it. 1.8 seconds, oh my God, what are we doing? Like, you know, what are your feelings on that? Am I being ridiculous, or is what's good for Macklin? What do you think is good? What are you aiming for?
I think you might be surprised. Like if we go back to, I'm not going to go back to the leaderboards, you guys don't need to see that again, but if you go back to the leaderboards, quite a lot of first contentful paint, I don't think anyone got less than a second. Less than a second sounds really good, that sounds like what you'd want, but it is actually pretty hard to get to that score. And I think Google has set it in such a way that I think it accounts for that variability. So not everyone has a device that's going to ensure that we can get it in 1.8 seconds. The majority of people have devices that are significantly slower than the device you and I probably use. It's accounting for that. It's accounting for people in jurisdictions like geolocations like rural Australia or parts of India and stuff like that, where they are going to not actually be able to attain that level of performance as well.
One of the 4G providers was 10 times faster than the others. Do you know who that was? So I can switch my mobile plan.
So the question was, one of the 4G providers was really fast. That was actually based on location. So and it wasn't Perth either. So that slide was across WA. You actually tend to find you get better performance in some rural but not very rural towns. So I think that might have been something like Kalbarri. They've got a tower there. It serves comparatively less people than it does in Perth. So some Perth suburbs mostly sort of sit around the middle there, and then very rural places will have those lower scores.
Awesome talk, man. I love the sponsor comparison. We also, at my company, were using the Google library to send the analytics to, in our case, New Relic. And New Relic also monitor that through their own mechanism. And we found that the numbers were different. And I just wondered if you'd come across different values for the Core Web Vitals with different tooling.
That's really interesting. Yeah, they vary a lot. And like, if you just run 2 Google Lighthouse scores back to back, you're not going to get the same results as well. But yeah, even if we're kind of looking at exactly the same data, I'm not sure the difference there. The one thing I could probably say is maybe that Web Vitals library, it has to run sort of in JavaScript space, JavaScript runtime, whereas the one that's built into Google Chrome, as much as they try and keep that the same, maybe they can kind of detect different things in the browser and they come up with different scores. I'd imagine they keep it as close as they possibly can. But yeah, that's some sort of variability in there. How much different was it out for you?
It was mostly around the CLS scores. So like the New Relic one was very positive, but the Google one was it felt more realistic. So we sort of trusted the Google JavaScript library more than New Relic's at the time.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. I don't know how New Relic can put that together as well. I imagine there's a guide for how to put it together. Maybe, I know that that Web Vitals library is largely something that supports Chrome more than other browsers. Maybe New Relic went and rewrote it themselves and figured out how to get it to work in WebKit and Firefox. I can't speculate on that, but there could actually be different codes sort of detecting that.
Thank you so much, Macklin. If everyone could just give him another round of applause for that amazing talk. And it's now time for changeover. If you want to stay here for the next talk on Project Insanity, keep your seat. Otherwise, head out into the hall and find where you want to go next. Thanks.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can't we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the Ultimate Keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
I think our customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol.
She's also been a practice manager, delivery manager, and a regional manager for consulting organizations. And she currently heads up the strategy and design team at Insight here in Perth. So please welcome her to the stage to talk about Project Insanity.
Hi, so I'm Giselle. Thank you for choosing to come to my presentation, and for all of my Insight teammates supporting me, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Have you ever walked into a project and got that sense of déjà vu, where all the problems you've seen before, many, many times before? Well, picture this. You're a project manager, been asked to go into a new project. You know the CIO because you've worked with him in a different organisation before, but you've never worked for this particular organisation, so you're a bit green in this world. So in order to help set the scene, I've invited one of my teammates, Trent Kane, to play the role of the CIO.
Hi Giselle, how are you going?
I'm great, thanks, Trent. Team, I've got my computer set up, I've got my credentials, it's all going well. I was about to start doing some digging for some background information. Could you point me to where the business case is, please?
We didn't need to do a business case for this project. It's being driven by our need to replace some legacy software, so we've got some legacy replacement funds set aside.
Okay. So do we at least have a budget for it that I need to work towards?
Only your budget. We've got an in-house team that'll do everything else you need.
Oh, well, it's good to know that there's a team. Are they aware the project's coming, and have they already been allocated?
Not specifically, but they're a really good team of business and technology people. They'll be able to help you out with whatever you need. Just get in touch with their team leads when you need them.
Okay, cool. Now, I recall when we spoke previously, you said you wanted this to be an agile project. So are the IT team and the business familiar with agile?
Not exactly, but that's why we have you.
Great. So have we at least got a product owner?
Yeah, I've got great news. We've got a product owner called Robert. He's from Records, and he's an up-and-coming star. He's what you might call an SME. He knows a lot about our business and was involved in the last incarnation of this project.
It doesn't sound like Robert's very senior, though. Can he make the decisions that need to be made?
Oh, that's fine. Robert will have to work with the committee on all decisions.
So we have a committee then?
Yeah, we've got our standard board, and they meet monthly. We can have an urgent decision meeting, but no more than once a fortnight.
Right. I've got to say I'm a bit concerned about this because, you know, in an agile project, we need to be able to make decisions almost on the spot. But anyway, you mentioned a previous incarnation. What happened with that? Why didn't it succeed?
Well, it was a new technology. The IT team didn't know what they were doing. It dragged on and took forever, so we kind of cancelled it. I also don't think the project manager was very good.
Poor project manager.
Luckily, we have you this time.
All right, so I'd like to start talking to the business if I can, because this project's actually going to impact a lot of people. So the sooner I can start talking to them, the better. So can you tell me who I should talk to?
There's no need to talk to the business. The IT team know exactly what we need. This is a like-for-like replacement of our current system, so we have all the requirements laid out.
Oh dear, this is going to be good. I really think we need to talk to the business because, you know, there's going to be a huge change impact here. Do we at least have an internal change management team that I can leverage?
We've got a corporate comms team, and they can manage most of that. And for anything else, I'm sure you can handle it. Anyway, I've got a meeting to run to. Nice chatting. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Trent. P.S. Trent would never say any of those things. He actually heads up our design crew. So, you know, business engagement, user experience, all those things are pretty important to him. So, is this project destined to become Project Insanity? If it could go wrong, it will go wrong in this. There is so many things that are big red flags. Now, in fairness, it's unlikely that you're going to walk into a project which has all of them, but I'm sure every single one of us in this room has experienced many of those particular scenarios before. So the reality is, though, there's a few themes that come out when you actually look at it. So whilst there was a lot of things that we raised there, there were some key themes that we talked about. So the first one's actually around funding. So there's no business case for this. It's part of the Legacy Replacement Fund. So what? We've got money to actually change a system, but we've got no money for anything else. Nothing else. Oh, me, I'm the project manager. I'm funded. You know, but what about the rest of the team? There's no funding for additional resources. We're going to need some change management on this. We're replacing a legacy system with something new. How can we manage without some change management? It is going to impact the business. And there's no budget allocated for the internal resources either. So if you think about it, we're going to use the BAU resources. Fantastic. But they've got a day job. And given that they have a day job, somebody's still got to do it. That job doesn't go away. So if we want to use those people, then they're going to need to be backfilled. So we need some money for it. So, but money, budget in this particular scenario. The next one's resourcing. So resourcing generally is a big issue on this one. We've got a product owner. Good news. He's not a product owner. He's a great guy. Clearly, he knows stuff. He's only allocated 50% of the time, but he can't make any decisions. So how good a product owner is he going to be? The resources don't even know this is coming yet. So yeah, we're going to use the IT team. I've just got to go talk to their managers and get them on board. That's going to be easy. Yeah, right. And they're only part-time. When you have resources who are only part-time dedicated to a project, it's always a sign of potential issue. And the reason I say that is because if they've got a BAU responsibility on one side of the fence and they've got a project responsibility on another side of the fence, when there's a fire in BAU land, guess what takes priority? Every time they will go back to their BAU work and your project will suffer. So the next theme is around decision making. We've got a committee, yay! Once a month we can get a decision. They want this to be agile? Hello, this is not going to happen, right? Once a month, board decision. And what's worse, we all know that with committees, invariably they don't make a decision straight away. So it might be 2 months before you can even get a decision, or 3, even worse. And like I said before, the product owner is just not senior enough to make decisions. He's not a decision maker. He's not somebody that the organisation will respect and agree to his decisions. There needs to be somebody at a very senior level who other people will adhere to the decisions that they're made. Business engagement. No need to engage the business. IT know what they want. Gotta love it. How many times have you heard that? The IT team know exactly what the business wants. How can they? Sure, they may know some of the things that are wrong with the existing systems, and they know some of the gripes that come out of the business, but they don't know everybody's job and all the things that they do in their day-to-day job. They don't know the things that drive those people insane because of what they have to do with the systems they're doing. They don't know the processes. They do not know what the requirements are. No UX. Gotta love this one. As Trent actually said recently, there's no such thing as no UX. If you've got people involved and a system, there is a user experience. If you don't design for it, it will be a bad experience. You need to design for it to make sure that it's a good user experience. No change management. Yay, we've got a comms team. So good, they can send out some emails and they can put something up on their intranet. That's going to be really cool. But that's not change management. Change management involves bringing people along the journey so that when they get to the end, they embrace whatever it is, whatever technology it is that you're trying to put in. Like I said, corporate comms are not change managers. And they've got a very busy workload anyway, so they're not going to be able to do very much. And then the final bit, agile. They've got no idea what agile is. This is going to be an agile project. Yay. If you're going to try and run an agile project for an organisation that's never done agile before, you're going to spend an awful lot of time in coaching and training just to bring them along that journey, which is going to eat into the time for the project. So in this particular case, the organisation is very immature. They don't know what they're letting themselves in for. They don't even know what they've asked for. And out of the box. How many times have you heard this? It's out of the box. No customization, it's just configuration. And that's why we don't need to talk to the users. Hello? Have you ever seen a legacy system replaced by something off the shelf that's exactly the same, that follows exactly the same processes as the previous one? And why would you do that anyway? Because the reason for changing is to improve things. So either you're going to have to do a lot of change management around processes and organizations and how people work, or you're going to have to customize the heck out of this piece of software in order to make it feel like the one they had before. And it's always configuration. And how do you configure it unless you talk to the business? You don't know what to configure it with. So lots and lots of red flags in here. No wonder the last one failed. If they followed the same premise last time, it was never going to succeed. So, what can we do about it? As the project manager on this, there are a number of things that I can do. Whoa, and my pictures have all gone. There we go. There are a number of things that I can do. The first one is actually to define what success is. Right at the moment, success is replace XYZ legacy system with Project Insanity and all will be well. Replacement of a system is not a definition of success. For success to happen, it's got to be measurable. So the success may be people are now more efficient. that the organization makes more money, that we can do more with less, whatever it is, but it has to be measurable. Replacing a legacy system with something new is not a definition of success. And in this scenario, sure, you can go and create something new, but it won't work. It won't be successful because the people aren't involved, because the organization doesn't know what they're getting into. Next thing, project management 101, have a plan. We all know the old adage, fail to plan and you plan to fail. In this scenario, that is so true. The plan will need to be really, really robust. And the schedule needs to encompass everything that you know needs to happen. Not just what they think needs to happen, but what you know needs to happen. And then, once you've done that, and this is the most critical step, is to actually run a risk workshop with all the key stakeholders. You need to get them in a room and help them to identify all the risks. And you need to be very, very granular. So we can't have a risk that says resources aren't available. The risk has to be we can't get the resources from finance when we need them to be able to do whatever it is. Or the BAU IT resources get pulled off onto BAU activities and off the project. All of those are different risks, and you need a different risk for every single resource issue. And the reason you need a different risk is that you then need to get an owner for all of those risks. So the owner for the one about the finance people would be the finance manager. The owner for the one about the IT people would be the IT manager. And then, more important still, they have to take some action to make sure that it is mitigated. So define the risks, identify the mitigation and the owner, and then make it happen. And then you can come up with a budget, because we've just doubled the cost of this project with the schedule that I would have come up with in this particular scenario, at least, in order to make it work. Agree the budget. If you can't get agreement on the budget, which includes backfilling your BAU resources or whatever it is, great time to walk away, because it won't succeed. It will go over budget and then everyone will be screaming at you. And bear in mind, I'm taking this from the perspective of a project manager, but even as a team member on the team, you can help identify those risks and help to work to mitigate those risks and to take ownership of some of those risks. So it's not just the project manager. And the project manager cannot own the risks. They must be owned by someone who could do something about it. So I've seen project risk schedules this big, and the owner of all of them is the project manager. Still won't work. And there's a whole load of others which I don't really have time to deal with, but agree ways of working. Engage the business. You've got to talk to them. Demonstrate bad UX and get the people who are on side to see it. So I'll leave you with two things. The first is that IT projects rarely fail because of the technology. IT projects generally fail because of all of the things around it. It's the people and process and money aspects that make it fail. So we're talking people, we're talking the resourcing, we're talking the business engagement. Money is obvious, the funding one. And the process, how decisions are made, how you're going to work on the project. If you don't get all of those things right, that's what will cause the project to fail, not the lack of the technology to do its job, because we've got some really, really clever technical folk out here who can make it work, and they'll always overcome those challenges. And at the end of the day, the stakeholders need to acknowledge that there are risks. They need to accept ownership for those risks, and then they need to action those risks. And if you can get them to do all that, you've got the best possible chance of success. In this scenario, you still might fail, but it'll give you the best possible chance of success. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that amazing talk. I know that I've definitely learnt a few things. I'll be on the lookout in the next project that I'm joining in. Hopefully not quite as many red flags. So we're ready for the changeover of the sessions. I've been told that we are having a few issues with our website, so I'll just read out which of the talks are on over the next session and which room they're in, and hopefully you can catch out which one it is. The issue is intermittent. So we have Ben Lowry talking about offline first, not on offline mode, and that's in the Quokka room or in the theatre. We've also got Ming Johansson talking about how to be productive when working remote in the Kwandong room. And we have Josh Armitage talking about serverless testing in the Yawn or Bobtail. We've got Damien Brady with end-to-end DevOps with GitHub in the Mungunch or Banksia room. Melissa Horton talking about leadership through self-awareness in Yibi or Black Cockatoo. We've got Troy Gowin talking about the limits of my programming language mean the limits of my world, and that's in the Maali or Redgum. Aaron Powell talking about unleashing the power of VS Code in Jagala Nagala, which is in the Galar room. And Ashley Aitken talking about I'm a computer, so are you, in the Bilya or River room, which is just through there. And we've also got Anton Ball in this room talking about superhero layouts. So thank you guys so much. Another round of applause, please, for Giselle for that amazing talk.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey,
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the ultimate keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
Hey, bigger customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Anton Ball. He's talking to us today about superhero layouts, so I hope we get a few superhero poses from him. He is a front-end developer, speaker and community organiser, including here at DDD Perth. He's passionate about clean and structured code, web standards, accessibility and optimisation. And Anton prides himself on delivering robust, high quality and beautiful solutions. Anton co-organises Fender's front-end developer meetups and, as I said, DDD Perth. He's also volunteered as a mentor, introducing others into this wonderful world that is coding. Take it away, Anton.
Cool. So, thanks everyone for coming along. I've got the sponsor slides up there, so that's good that they help us to have this event for a pretty great price, really. So I'm going to be talking about superhero layouts. Comics are said to have passed through 4 ages, with each of the ages known to have something distinctive about it. In the Golden Age, we were first introduced to the superhero archetype. This was around about 1938 or so. This was our introduction to characters like Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman. During the Silver Age, the world is recovering from a world war, and readers had matured during that time. So to meet that maturity, the stories were focused on horror, crime, and romance more than what they were before. This sort of helped the industry to survive through what was a difficult period. After the Silver Age, many of those heroic storylines that the writers could think of were used. So they decided instead, through the Bronze Age, to tackle the social issues of the day. This would include bigotry, racism, and substance abuse. And the modern age is a time of redesign, growth, and some disruption by the web. Anyone can publish now, bringing more unique stories and making comics more accessible to audiences than ever thought possible. No longer was it about a couple of those major players that were creating or publishing comics. And so what makes comics an absorbing storytelling medium is that, along with great characters, stories, and art styles, is the impact that the layout can have on that story. And we're going to explore each of the ages of comics and how it relates to web layout and how CSS Grid, combined with some other CSS techniques, can be used to recreate these layouts. And as you're looking at these, they're obviously very comic book focused, but think about how you can reimagine the techniques that I'm talking about here for the use in your layouts and projects that you're working on. And I'm not going to dive too much into responsiveness. I think there's a lot of great articles that cover that with Grid already, but it is possible to do so, and there's a shorts part here where I will cover it. So those comic book ages that I went through spanned about 70 years, and 70 years is a fairly long time to be able to evolve a storytelling medium. By comparison, our industry, the web, is still relatively young. HTML is about 29 years old, and CSS is 25. And that makes me older than both of them, unfortunately. Not combined, but that's still okay. So the web is, after all, young, and so if anyone else is older than them, so are we. But the point I'm getting at to here is in a relatively short period of time, layout on the web progressed through many ages of its own. We started off with just HTML. This was the text, links, basic elements. We sort of co-opted tables to do what they weren't really meant to do, and we started using them for layouts. The first of our comic book crossovers, Flash, came along, gave us very dynamic layouts, but it had its own problems. And we've been going through absolute, float, responsive, and I think we're kind of heading into the intrinsic era, which is a term that I've seen Jen Simmons coin. And it's talking more about letting the devices define the layout a bit more. We have foldable phones, we have fridges, all sorts of things. So all that in 29 short years, less than half of that of our friends in the comic industry. So it can be really tempting at times to give layout on the web a hard time, but Given the relatively young age that our industry is, I think it's amazing how far we've progressed. And we can certainly appreciate what we have now when you consider where it is that we've come from. So is the current age of the web going to be considered the web's modern age? And with CSS Grid, I think that might just be the case. So before I jump too much into code, this is me, Anton Ball. I'm local here to Perth, and I've always kind of brought my daughter along to these events, so you might see me rocking around with her a little bit more later. And as you know, I'm older than HTML and CSS. I'm a full stack team lead at Doist. We make Todoist and Twist applications. You can find me on Twitter at AntonJB if you want to. And perhaps this is extra information at this point, but I quite enjoy comics. So undoubtedly, one of the most important comics in history is Action Comics #1. This was, as I said, released around 1938. And what makes it an important comic in the history of all comics is it's the introduction of Superman. And just so we're all clear, that's him holding the car up there. Now, Superman has changed a lot through the years, but this is where they started. The layout throughout the comics, and others even in the Golden and Silver Age, consisted primarily of rows of squares and rectangles. If we look at a few of the pages from the comic, we can see that pattern in use. We'll have a couple of squares, a larger rectangle with the art in it. But what we are focused on is layout. So I'm going to strip out the imagery and see what we are left with. The pattern was 1 to 3 panels per row staggered throughout the page with a somewhat consistent gap. It was printed, so, somewhat consistent. In terms of CSS Grid, it's a nice starting off point. We might think that we can do grid template rows and sort of repeat 3 times over one fraction, but we need to go a little bit further if we want to achieve the staggering that we can hopefully see here. Can you actually see the staggering? Can you see the grey squares? I suspect not. All right. So the way I calculated the columns is to measure the smallest panel on the layout and divide that by the width of the comic. So the smallest panel would be between 2 gaps there that you can see. We aren't using that size, but it gives us the basis with which to work from. So between 2 panels, there's there. Don't worry, more colour comes in later. So when we divide the page width, which is 576, by the 36, which is the smallest panel we could possibly do, that gives us the total number of columns we would want to recreate this layout. Importantly, it's the same aspect ratio as the printed version. So turning that into grid, we have display grid, grid template columns repeat 16 times over one fraction. And the grid gap, we can be super consistent now because we're in the web. So we don't need grid template rows in this example because we can rely on the implicit grid to handle that for us. And so what do I mean by the implicit grid? If we were to fill up all of the contents along that first defined grid, grid will automatically add a new track to the row underneath, which will fill up with those columns as well. And by default, the implicit grid tracks are automatically sized. We can start controlling that if we want to with grid auto rows or grid auto columns. But for the purposes of our demo, we're happy for the grid to just keep repeating over as we use it. And each panel can then span the number of columns required there. So panel 1 spans across 6, panel 2 spans across 5, and we start to get the layout of our grid with the staggering. So there we go. We've created a comic layout with only a few lines of CSS. And the staggering is a nice touch to avoid being too symmetrical in layout. We never want it being all the same. But while it's not much code for a lot of possibilities, we aren't really feeling like superheroes just yet. So the layout in Action Comic 1 didn't play a huge role in the story itself. So it's more used as a container, and that was about it. So let's instead jump forward to the Bronze Age, which brings with it a change in how layout did become a part of the story. Spider-Man 121 was released around 1973 and considered a pivotal point in this character's sort of story arc and their history. Now, I hope it's not a spoiler for something from 1973, but this is the death of Gwen Stacy, which if you've seen any of the movies lately, you're probably familiar with it. We can talk about it later. So what's great about this story, along with the moment, artwork, and everything involved, is the way that the layout became an integral part of its telling. The height of the bridge and the fall is shown beautifully through those spanning panels. You wouldn't get that sense of height or danger from the grid if it was like the previous example, all running along several rows. So even though it's a great moment in there, let's again strip out the artwork and see the layout in use. So the big difference is the panels spanning multiple rows. This is one of the areas where grid has given us a sense of a modern layout. We're no longer are we constrained to a single axis. And the way that I determined the panels was done as the same in the previous one. This time though, we have 23. So we're still able to rely on implicit grid, even though we're spanning multiple rows now, because grid will allow us to do that. So we add in panel 1, we span across 9, like we did before, but now we can span down 3 rows, and grid will handle that. Panel 2 will span across 7, panel 3 will be whatever the rest of 23 minus 9 and 7 is, and then panel 4 will just slide into place there. Grid gives us a lot of things for free, which is nice. And we're able to now cover a great many of the layouts during and up to the Bronze Age. So next up in the journey through the ages is Watchmen, which is famous for many reasons, like the movie, but it kicked off the modern age of comics. Now, Watchmen adhered to a strict 9-panel grid throughout its run, which means what we've created so far would essentially cover this whole comic book, or the series. So there's hundreds of possibilities with a 9-panel grid, which is not me recommending everyone go out and do that. It just means that it's very powerful. But there was a panel from Watchmen that I wanted to recreate. It did something just a little bit outside the box with grid. Now the panel in the middle there, there's a lot going on with the speech bubbles, but the artwork you can see is the same image running across the 3 panels. It's not just constrained into one anymore. Now, we could split the image into 3 if we wanted to. It would make it quite easy. But I think it's better if we can recreate the effect while we maintain the image. It'll give us some flexibility. So if we want to swap the image out later, we're only going to have to do the 1 and not remember all the various steps in cutting them up into 3. Or if we want to work with some responsiveness, which we'll see in this one. So the setup here is similar to what we had before. We're aiming to have the image remain intact while we add the gap in there. So panel 3, which is in the middle, we are going to wrap that in another grid. So we have our main grid laid out like we have before, and panel 3 has a grid in there as well. And it's spanning multiple columns, so we have room enough to place the gap. Now, only the direct children of a container can become grid items, but with subgrid, we're able to inherit the rows or columns from the parent element. Now that's what happens here when we add subgrid onto the overlap area. So we'll look at it without the image to try and better understand what's happening. Overlap is pulling in the rows from the main comic itself with that subgrid. But we don't, if the columns in the main comic one were to change, if we were to add more or change it to be a different ratio, then the subpanel or overlap, would inherit that. So we're getting that just for free. But we don't have to inherit the whole grid. In this case, we can set our own rows in there as well. So we can only inherit what we want and leave the rest out. Now why that might be useful is if we were to say add the speech bubbles in, we're going to have a better chance of positioning them on the page. So putting the graphics back, it's time to achieve the gap in there. We do this with a pseudo element. We add that to the overlap container in there. We give it the same graphic visuals as the outline. So we give it the same grid gap and the same coloring. I've just used a custom property there just to kind of give an example of how that could be easier. And put it into place. And so there we go. That's ticked off our goal of maintaining the image while simulating a grid gap. Now, if we wanted, say for mobile, for a little bit of responsiveness, we could drop that gap off and just have the whole image there, if we were thinking outside of just comics here. So subgrid is a great next step for grid. anytime you've struggled to align items without setting the height across multiple panels, and I'm sure if you've ever done front end, you've probably had those 3 panels and there'll be some headings on the top and some content in the middle, and some of them will have like only a tiny bit of text, and then the other one's like a short novel, and they all get stretched out. So with Subgrid, we'll start to be able to inherit across rows or across columns and keep them consistent. This is an example from the Todoist website where we run into this. So I've used the German language here because they're always good for like long words that you can test with these areas. So if we set height, we run the risk of cutting the text off or having that overlap. If we set a minimum height, well, then we have the weird sort of thing where, well, now the buttons aren't lining up. And if you have the designs, they typically will line up. So we have that problem. So grid and subgrid are going to have us covered. If the middle content was to grow, the others will grow in all 3 panels. It'll be very handy. And the advantage over the flat grid setup is we get the flexibility of the expanding rows while we get to maintain the semantic relationship of each of the elements. Each one can be in its own semantic div or whatever it may be, and we're covered. But where's browser support at with subgrid? Not great. We're still a little bit in experimental territory here, and that's okay. You can still sometimes use it. The only browser with subgrid sort of fully implemented is Firefox, as in released. And they actually did it all the way back in 2019. The day after I gave this talk once, they did it. Now, Safari recently enabled subgrid in the technical preview. That's why I said Firefox is the only one. But it's in there, which means by the next versions of Safari, we'll start to see subgrid. But there is hope in all of this. Subgrid has been included in Interop 2022, which is a combined effort by browser vendors and people that also write code for supporting web standards to close the gap in some of these CSS features. So they are all going to basically work towards having subgrid implemented and passing the same test so that it is displayed correctly across all of the browsers. Before that, though, and before subgrid is more widely available, we can recreate this effect with display content. So we've added that to overlap, and essentially what it does is gets rid of that container in there and lifts the items up into the parent grid, which is our comic. We do lose the semantic meaning, though, which is why I think subgrid is going to be a better option for us. If we had some very specific semantic meaning by adding the display contents, it's gone. So that can be a bit of a problem. Now, it's the next evolution during the modern age of comics where layout really gets creative and interesting. We're revisiting the world of Spider-Man here. We'll do that a few times because he's a bit of a favourite of mine. But we started to see a new trend in this age of comics. This modern age brought with it layering panels to achieve a flow and depth that we hadn't previously seen. Artists were able to focus in and provide little detail elements without taking up all the space that others had. Now, layering is certainly not new to the web, but grid enables us to layer in much easier and predictable ways than with the previous option. So let's take a look at some of the code. We have display grid, we have grid template columns, and then we have all these numbers. And it's like, wow, yeah, that's so much easier than what it was before. But here's how I figured it out. And if you have the artwork, that can be useful, which we often do from our friends in design, or if you design yourself. And we'll focus on the rows. So the number of rows that we have is 9. We have 9 that we want to place out in here. Now, this is starting to look like a similar trend. If we divide the height by the number of rows, we get a base for 1 fraction unit. So we can do this with one of the panels as well. We can use that as 1 fraction. But this is the way that I kind of went for it. So next we divide the height of an individual row by that base fraction. So 291 is the row we want, 109 is the base unit that we're using, and that gives us 2.6 fraction units. So what are these fraction units and why do we keep using them in grid? They give us a bit more flexibility when we need to make everything responsive and maintain the aspect ratio. And also, if you can't really use percentages because we have the gap value in grid as well. And if you use percentages with gaps, things will start to get weird and overlap. But if we use the fractions, it's going to stick within those bounds, and the gaps will also help to stick it in there, or they will work together with gap rather than against it. And we repeat that same process to determine the columns. So there we go, that's how we got to all those numbers. Now we can then layer our panels over the top where needed using grid row and grid column values. So our panel 3, which has the young lady in it, we have grid row 4 to 7 and grid column 5, span 1, and z-index just to bring it up onto the top. Now panel 4, we have grid row 5 through to 9, so we're saying from 5 to 9. But interestingly, we have grid column 2 to -2. So where does this -2 come from in here? The grid lines, each of the lines in a grid, are numbered 1 through to n. In our case, that's 8, the total number of lines that we have. So the starting line for panel 4 is 2. We wanted it a little bit in. But those lines are also numbered in reverse. So from what would be our typical reading order, from the right is -1 through to -n, or 8. So if we want to finish up 2 lines in, we can use -2. The benefit of that is when inevitably our design changes later on, if more lines were to be added into the middle, we don't have to update everywhere that we do it. If we said span to the distance we want, and then we add something new, well now we have to go and update everything. So as long as we're not changing that too much, it will adjust with the grid. It can be pretty handy. And most of the browser dev tools will show you these numbers. In this case, it's Firefox, but you can inspect the element, and typically you can turn on line numbers, line names, and other properties like that. So the modern age have made prolific use of this layering. This is another example of Hawkeye. And it can be a great way to finally break out of the boxes that have contained us in design and layout for so many years. Here's the web recreation on the other side that I've done. And we're not using gap here, we're just adding some borders so that we can, because grid can't do sort of funky gaps like that, but we can overlay each of them on there and then start to add some borders and create some real interesting depth into some of our designs. But with great power comes great responsibility. To keep with the theme of what I'm doing, layering is an exciting addition to our layout toolboxes, but we do have to consider more than just the layout it opens up to us. There's an inherent danger here when you can just position something anywhere on the page. If the source order isn't created in a way that makes sense, you can negatively impact the accessibility of your project. So as an example, if we decided that the panel 4 was better up the top, we can just do that. We can move it with grid. But solely changing the visual layout is not going to tell the browser that the source order has changed. So a screen reader might come in and start to go through that information by going the first sort of few images to the girl to the field, whereas we've now changed the visual order to field and then the other things going down. So that's something that we need to be careful of. To avoid falling into this trap, there's a few things that we can do. We can look at the structure of our document first and make sure that we're layering it out in HTML order correctly. We can then create the grid that supports that, and then, like any hero, be vigilant and maintain that order when you are working on these. A really good place to start reading into grid accessibility is MDM's layout and accessibility guide that they have on the article, on the website, sorry. So a common criticism of web design and layout is that everything is within a box. You may have heard it, sort of the reference to bootstrap layouts, or maybe a little bit of those libraries that have helped us work fast, but have reduced some of the creativity that we're able to get from these frameworks. And so far, looking at a lot of these comics, we have some layering, but everything is still a box. Now for comics, boxy layout started to change during the modern age of comics. The characters broke out of their boxes, and the storytelling once again evolved with them. Now this is a nice example from Phoenix and Jean Grey, showing how different shapes can enhance the storytelling and our recreated example alongside it. So that is running, and it is a valid website. So fundamentally, everything within a grid is still going to be a box. We can't do random shapes like this. But we can combine our boxes with some new techniques and get a bit creative and give the illusion of almost any shape that we like. So there's a little bit of boilerplate in this. We're setting up our comic to contain everything. We've got position relative because we're going to do some absolute positioning and floating, and things are going to get weird. So we've got overflow hidden on there as well to make sure nothing escapes. We want it to break out of the box, but not too far. We want to keep it in there. Now the panels grids has a column for each of our 5 panels, and they're just regular panels going along like we've seen before. But we can only see a few of the images, and that's because we're needing to overlap everything. Because we're going to be cutting away some of the image, we need the other one sitting underneath. We can't have each one in its own cell, because if we go away and sort of cut away the image, the background's going to show through where we want the image. Now, hopefully to help visualize, this is the layering that we're working with in our grid in there. So our panel container is then rotated and using absolute position, sort of positioned along the bottom whereabouts we want it, and we've rotated it a little bit and just sort of shimmied it down about where we want. Look, the details aren't super important. We've put it down there. So clip path is what's going to enable these shapes that we've wanted. When you add a clip path rule, in this case a polygon, we have an XY value for each of those things, and it makes its way around the shape, and that gives us the image. Now we can apply a clip path to each of our images, and then we've most of the way there with what we were doing. Now, again, we've got like all these random numbers on there, and you're probably thinking, this still doesn't look easier. But Firefox has given us some great tools here. The dev tools are really going to come in handy when you start doing some things like this. If you select the icon in there, you can start to move the nodes around yourself, and you can double click to add a new node and start to drag that. And you'll see the values are updating in the dev tools. So to create this, I was doing that in the dev tools and then copying that value across and adjusting as I need it. Now, for the white border, we can't use grid gap because everything's overlapping. So the box, the container has a white background, and then the same clip path is added to the image, but then just shrunk down a little bit. And because we're doing that, we need to slightly tweak the transform origin because we're dealing with some pretty funny shapes here. There's a lot of little adjustments you'll need to do when you start making shapes like this. But that's one of the downsides of the technique. You're going to have to manage the grid gap manually yourself. But there we go. We've recreated the shapes from that comic, which when you initially look at it, you would have thought there's no way we can do that sort of layer on the web. And if you haven't seen it yet, each of the links underneath are to the CodePen versions of each of these, so you can have a look at them and play, but I have another link at the end which will link to all of them. So clip path is no doubt a powerful tool when combined with grid. So we're going to have another example here, which is Detective Comics number 876. Taking the grid layering and from our earlier examples, we can recreate this same layout. The drawing's a little more intense, but it's the layout in the background we're going to focus on. Batman could be done by just the layering that we looked at before. The shapes can be recreated by adding perspective and rotating the panel. So we've added our grid. We're adding a panel to the grid in similar ways that we have before, and then we transform, we use some perspective, that gives us that nice little angle, and rotate it into that, and then the same with panel 2 all the way down. But you can see there's a problem here in that the blue background of each of them is coming through. We didn't want that. We wanted just the squares going down the page and sort of forming one shape. Again, we can use clip path here to cut out the part. Clip path is sort of showing the part that we do want visible. So you're kind of you're not cutting out the stuff that you don't, you're making the part that you do want visible. But with each panel having a clip path on it, it gives the impression of a border going all the way down while giving us that shape. So it's, again, something quite interesting and different for the web. So So there it is next to Mr. Batman. Now, clip path isn't limited to just polygons. There is a lot going on in these images, but we have flash on the side, and I particularly enjoy the cats up the top here. Looks like Two-Face to keep with our comic book thing. So we've got our polygons that we've seen, but there are some other options. Ellipse allows for oval shape. Again, the first two values are our radius, and then the X and Y allows us to offset it a little bit. And circle for a more uniform shape. Similar to ellipse, the first value is the radius, followed by the position, and we can have something else. So clip path affected the shape of the container, but we can also have the text react to the shape of the container as well, using CSS shapes. This is a panel from Saga, and the part that's important here is how the moon has its curve, or the planet, and then the text is also curving along that. Now, this has existed in magazines for a long time, but it's been absent from the web. But again, we'll do a little bit of setup here. We have our panel position relative because we're moving things about. Again, our paragraph, we shift it into place. And the important part here is our image, which we've moved to the side. We could have done this with grid as well. The width and the height, but the shape outside is what we're interested in, the circle. So Firefox, again, has been helping us developers out with the dev tools. We can apply a shape outside and just use some values, but then we can select that icon and start resizing in real time. And I am certainly a visual kind of a learner, and where I like to see things happening with code. Maybe that's why I prefer the front end. But we can see that, and we can take those values, and we can move it back to our CSS. So it's really nice that the tools are helping us with this creative coding side of things. All right, didn't mean to skip, but we'll move on. The shapes can also be more complex than just circles. So there is definitely going to be a moment in your career where a designer comes to you and says, we've got a cat, and we need the text to wrap around it. And you go, I saw this once. And so we can use the polygon shape that we've had before, and we can draw around our cat, and we can do that. Now, we can also, which something that clip path didn't allow us, but shape outside does, is use an alpha mask. So if we have our cat, and then we have an alpha mask that represents the shape of our cat, very similar to a background image. We can say shape outside, URL, cat mask. There's some cause funniness in here, but that's boring. This is kind of what we're going to look at here, and you can look at the cause problems later. It needs to be on the same domain, essentially. So what we've created is a great example of the modern web, but it is based on a Western modern web. It's Western comics, styles, and structures. That's reading left to right, top to bottom. The structure and reading style isn't the only comic structure that exists, though. For instance, Japan has a very healthy industry with its manga. Now, I've been a particular fan of Naruto for a while, so it's fun again that I get to just keep putting all of my hobbies into this talk. But this is the same page from the manga in Japanese and in English. Now, even with the English one, we can see that the start is on the other side to what we're used to, and it finishes on the other side of there. But the English version, even though it's translated, they kept the layout the same. We could position the cells in our grid in this way quite straightforward, but we'll remember from before, the source order matters. So if we were to have alt text and everything on here, if we were to put it in that order, then the screen reader is going to read it somewhat backwards, more from the top down to the other side. Oops. So when placed into the grid with a left to right direction, we can do it like so. We'll have our first panel, second, third, through to the sixth. So similar to, at least in my experience, a reading style that I'm used to. Grid has us really well covered for internationalization. When direction right to left is applied, this can be in multiple places in the page, but I've done it directly here on the main. Grid just flips it to what right to left is. So panel 1 is now over to the side, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've covered the accessibility by putting it in the correct order. We've added our grid, but then we've enabled other styles with a simple property. So of interest in this comic, you'll notice the difference in grid gaps. in the example. You can do that as well with grid gap. It doesn't always have to be consistent. In here, we're affecting the horizontal and the vertical gap. What's also worth noting in the manga is that the text runs vertically, but in English, it's left to right. Now, I didn't want to attempt to write Japanese, so I did it with English. And you do get a bit of a weird thing where the text runs that way. But with writing mode vertical right to left, it will go in the direction that someone like that would be expecting. With a logographic typeset, such as what Japanese has, that will work out correctly. Not actually sure why it does that with English, but I'm sure there's a really valid explanation. So that brings us to the end of our journey through the ages of comic and how they can be brought to the web. I mentioned at the start that although the examples are for comics, to think about how you can apply these to the projects that you're working on. And I hope the various effects that I've demonstrated have sort of sparked some ideas of something different that you can do with layout and taking it to the everyday products of the web. We've been in these layout boxes for quite some time. So imagine when you apply these layouts to your projects, sort of great things will start to happen. And that's why I believe we're now in the modern age of the layout on the web. CSS Grid gives us great new powers and flexibility with our layout. We saw how we could stagger content, layer our panels to create depth and interest. The coming CSS Grid Level 2 spec will give us the ability with Subgrid to align better across multiple panels. And getting a little more creative and breaking out of the layout box with CSS Shapes, Clip Path, and Shape Outside. Making our projects as accessible to as wide an audience as possible with Grid's great support for internationalization. I mentioned earlier that the code pens were all available. This is the URL where you can find them, and I also have it linked on my Twitter if you want to have a play around with those. In a talk setting, it can be hard to get through everything. Did you get the photo? Do you want me to go back? It can be hard to get through everything in a talk setting. So I've written blog posts that go through each one of those areas, and it goes into a lot more detail than what is possible in a talk. So that can be useful for you as well. So Stan Lee had a famous catchphrase he used to sign off letters and correspondence that he had with fans, which was Excelsior. And as a little bit of a hat tip, I thought it would be nice to include that in my talk as a closing. He's had a great effect on many in many creative industries. But after looking up its meaning, I sort of thought it was a really fantastic way to finish a talk. Excelsior stands for ever upward. So I think take what you learn from this talk and all the other great talks today and see how you can apply that to what you're working with. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much for that amazing talk, Anton. We've got about 5 minutes for questions.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. It's really good. It's Mephisto in MCU.
What was that, sorry?
It's Mephisto. It's going to be in MCU.
No. I can't do any of their stuff on the web.
So I have a question. What would you advise is the best approach to take for somebody new to using something like CSS Grid?
Well, I mean, this is the way that I learnt CSS Grid. The talk is a little bit older now, but linking it with something that you enjoy, I think, is a good way to learn it. I kind of knew some of these comics and looked at the layouts, and I was trying to use Grid in products that designers would send me, but it was always trying to visualize something that I didn't quite understand yet, because the layouts that they were doing didn't have these grids and these structures to it. So taking a bit of a step back and starting to work with Grid with comics, in my case, was nice, because it could start off quite simple and then build up to our more advanced examples with the sort of breaking out the boxes and starting to combine those techniques together. So yeah, I would say link it with something that you enjoy doing.
I think that's good advice for everything, really.
Yes.
If there's no other questions, could we please have another round of applause for Anton? And it is now lunchtime. I'm sure everyone's hanging out for food. If you're a member, on your lanyard, there should be a number. Go to the table that has your number on it. If your lanyard does not have a number, head down to the help desk. And we'll be having some Q&A panels here in the Riverside room and also in the theatre in an hour. So that'll be 2:35. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you later.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, You need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour? You got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the ultimate keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
Hey, bigger customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Henselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Pink Beret. As you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the pink, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a pink background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so pink beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. We definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think it's very inspiring.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always try to be better than yesterday. That's always been me, so I'm better than yesterday and I'll be better tomorrow.
I also got a lot of training opportunities on Planet because there's a vast library of training courses available that I can just access anytime. Before I joined Planet, like when you want to learn something, Google first, right? And then when you Google something, you always have to pay for something, and that's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they do, and who always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Run is the best of the best, and for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you are at the right place because we have got all the training materials, right people, and right opportunities. Yeah, whatever you need to progress in your career, you have got everything in here to boost your experience and boost your personality, everything in a compact pack. That's what Planet is for me.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah. Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Tell me the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy like you said. He even tried the broccoli. Eat it. Then I helped him make his work much better. And we found the perfect outfit to wear to my party. Popcorn! but I really needed to wind down before bed, so I turned my hand into a starfish.
My best thing is you being back.
By applying market-leading technology solutions through our lifecycle services, we help clients realize business outcomes through our advice, integration, and operational services. MOQ Digital helps clients to fully understand their IT needs, adopt the right solution, and provide ongoing support to maximize their investment.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking at
This is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can't we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the ultimate keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
I think our customers are gonna love it.
We got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Being Beret, as you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the ping, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a pink background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so pink beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. We definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think it's very inspiring.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always try to be better than yesterday. That's always been me, so I'm better than yesterday and I'll be better tomorrow.
I also got a lot of training opportunities on Planet because there's a vast library of training courses available that I can just access anytime. Before I joined Planet, like when you want to learn something, Google first, right? And then when you Google something, you always have to pay for something, and that's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they do, and who always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Gun is the best of the best, and for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you are at the right place because we have got all the training materials, right people, and right opportunities. Yeah, whatever you need to progress in your career, you have got everything in here to boost your experience and boost your personality. Everything in a compact pack. That's what Planet is for me.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking at
This is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want? Tell me the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy like you said. He even tried the broccoli. Eat it. Then I helped him make his work much better. And we found the perfect outfit to wear to my party. But I really needed to wind down before bed, so I turned my hand into a starfish.
My best thing is you being back.
By applying market-leading technology solutions through our lifecycle services, we help clients realize business outcomes through our advice, integration, and operational services. MOQ Digital helps clients to fully understand their IT needs, adopt the right solution, and provide ongoing support to maximize their investment.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
This is nerds nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Henselman's group.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0. It's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the ultimate keymaster. You know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
And I think our customers are gonna love it.
We got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Pink Beret. As you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the pink, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a pink background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so pink beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. We definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think it's very inspiring.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always try to be better than yesterday. That's always been me, so I'm better than yesterday and I'll be better tomorrow.
I also got a lot of training opportunities on Planet because there's a vast library of training courses available that I can just access anytime. Before I joined Planet, like when you want to learn something, Google first, right?
And then when you Google something, you always have to pay for something, and that's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they do, and who always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Gun is the best of the best, and for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you are at the right place because we have got all the training materials, right people, and right opportunities. Yeah, whatever you need to progress in your career, you have got everything in here to boost your experience and boost your personality. Everything in a compact pack. That's what Planet is for me.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Tell me the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy like you said. He even tried the broccoli. Eat it. Then I helped him make his work much better. And we found the perfect outfit to wear to my party. But I really needed to wind down before bed, so I turned my hand into a starfish.
My best thing is you being back.
By applying market-leading technology solutions through our lifecycle services, we help clients realize business outcomes through our advice, integration, and operational services. MOQ Digital helps clients to fully understand their IT needs, adopt the right solution, and provide ongoing support to maximize their investment.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
nerds nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Henselman's troop.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you've got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the ultimate keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
I think our customers are gonna love it.
We got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Being beret, as you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the pink, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a pink background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so pink beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. We definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think it's very inspiring.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always try to be better than yesterday. That's always been me, so I'm better than yesterday and I'll be better tomorrow.
I also got a lot of training opportunities on Planet because there's a vast library of training courses available that I can just access anytime. Before I joined Planet, like when you want to learn something, Google first, right?
And then when you Google something, you always have to pay for something, and that's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they do, and who always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Gun is the best of the best, and for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you are at the right place because we have got all the training materials, right people, and right opportunities. Yeah, whatever you need to progress in your career, you have got everything in here to boost your experience and boost your personality. Everything in a compact pack. That's what Planet is for me.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
me the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy like you said. He even tried the broccoli. Eat it. Then I helped him make his work much better. And we found the perfect outfit to wear to my party. But I really needed to wind down before bed, so I turned my hand into a starfish.
My best thing is you being back.
By applying market-leading technology solutions through our lifecycle services, we help clients realize business outcomes through our advice, integration, and operational services. MOQ Digital helps clients to fully understand their IT needs, adopt the right solution, and provide ongoing support to maximize their investment.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
Nerds nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Henselman's group.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the ultimate keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
I think our customers are gonna love it.
We got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Pink beret. As you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the pink, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a pink background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so pink beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. We definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think it's very inspiring.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always try to be better than yesterday. That's always been me, so I'm better than yesterday and I'll be better tomorrow.
I also got a lot of training opportunities on Planet because there's a vast library of training courses available that I can just access anytime. Before I joined Planet, like when you want to learn something, Google first, right? And then when you Google something, you always have to pay for something, and that's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they do, and who always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Gun is the best of the best, and for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you are at the right place because we have got all the training materials, right people, and right opportunities. Yeah, whatever you need to progress in your career, you have got everything in here to boost your experience and boost your personality. Everything in a compact pack. That's what Planet is for me.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Tell me the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy like you said. He even tried the broccoli. Eat it. Then I helped him make his work much better. And we found the perfect outfit to wear to my party. But I really needed to wind down before bed, so I turned my hand into a starfish.
My best thing is you being back.
By applying market-leading technology solutions through our lifecycle services, we help clients realize business outcomes through our advice, integration, and operational services. MOQ Digital helps clients to fully understand their IT needs, adopt the right solution, and provide ongoing support to maximize their investment.
Hello. I'm not used to handheld mics, so I'm not sure how far to do it. Welcome to the 3:15 session. Today we have Sarah McGeough. She will be giving her talk, Failure 101, What Life Lessons Can Teach Us About Better Software Development. Sarah has had a career that can only be described as eclectic, but the prevailing theme has been a passion for bringing people together and supporting teams to use the data to drive the best outcomes for customers, stakeholders, and business. Give a warm welcome to Sarah.
Thank you. Now, who here has ever failed at something before? Yeah, failed to meet a deadline. Personally, I failed to get out of bed with my first alarm this morning, so I made it, it's fine. And who here has been part of a software project that's failed before? Yeah, maybe an incident? Well, I'm not surprised it's pretty much everyone in this room, because failure is a big part of life, and it's a massive part of working in tech and in building software. Code fails to execute all the time. Bugs pop up seemingly from nowhere. And sometimes, even with an IDE, you fail to find that one missing semicolon. Now, we as individuals are usually pretty good at finding the cause of these little errors. But when it comes to a big project, often it's not until that post-modern retro or that post-incident review that you sit back and go, yeah, that's why we failed. Well, luckily, I've been failing pretty much my whole life. I constantly fail. And I've worked in probably more industries than any one person should have. This is just a selection. And in the past few years, I've worked in incident and problem management, so fixing the problems, software development, causing them, and as a Scrum Master, trying to help others not cause them. And I'm also on Twitter. I often fail to update this, but you're welcome to follow me anyway. Now, the benefit of me having worked in so many industries is that I've seen what failure looks like across all kinds of projects. And I can tell you that it's the same few things that cause a project of whatever kind to fail. But one thing I can't fail to do today is to mention the amazing sponsors who make this possible. So if you haven't already, please make sure you go get your treasure map stamped, win some pretty cool stuff. So today, I'm going to use a couple of examples from my personal life, don't worry, they are embarrassing, to walk you through some of the mistakes that we made and how they can snowball into those big failures. So I'm going to take you back a bit in my life to my childhood. I'm about 5 years old, it's the start of term 2, and I'm at a brand new school. I'm in the pre-primary class, and I'm standing at the starting line of the very first event of the day at our athletics carnival. And then the sports teacher comes over to us and explains what this event's all about. They tell us that what you need to do is to try and run and reach the finish line as fast as you possibly can. Now, I've been around the block a bit. We're in the lead up to the Sydney Olympic Games. I've seen a running race on TV. I know exactly what it is that I'm doing here, right? And I look down the track and I can see the finish lines in each of the lanes, each with that finishing ribbon set across between the two posts. So I think to myself, yeah, I've got this. And you know what? I'm going to show everyone at my new school that I am pretty cool. So, at the finish line, ready, set, go. And we're off, we're running. I'm running as fast as my little legs can carry me. And the finish line is very rapidly coming up. I'm going to get there first. I'm going to win this. So I'm running and I hit the finish line and I fall flat on my face. You see, what I thought was a set of finish lines turned out to be a set of hurdles. And at 5 years old, I hadn't encountered this before. And not only did I fall down, I caused a terrible domino effect, children's limbs flying everywhere, as the person next to me fell down and cascaded down the lanes. So where did I, quite literally I might add, fall down? Well, it started with assumptions. I assumed that because this looked similar to something that I'd seen on TV, that it must be the same. And not only that, the sports teacher assumed that everyone at that starting line had been there the term before and attended the class where we learned exactly what hurdles were and how to jump over them and not run through them. The second mistake here was my own fear of embarrassment. I was the new kid at school, so even though I recognised this didn't look exactly the same to what I'd seen on TV, I was too scared to ask that question. And thirdly, there was some really poor communication. When that sports teacher told us to run and try and reach the finish line as fast as possible, did that really communicate what you needed to do in an event like hurdles? And look, it boils down to the fact that we didn't clearly communicate or understand the requirements. And this isn't something that affects just me. We see it every day. The $125 million Mars probe that failed because people assumed they were working in the same units. Or the junior developer who picks up a card for an API to do something, and then they build it in Java only to find out that, hey, it was meant to be built in C#. So how do we avoid this? Firstly, validate your assumptions. Check with your team members, with your product owner or program manager, and if possible with your stakeholders and end users. Ask the stupid questions. Don't be like me and let your fear of embarrassment get in the way of you asking a question, because I can pretty much guarantee someone else in the team has the same thoughts as you. And make sure that you have a shared understanding of what's required. Spend that bit of extra time in your inception, and then document that for the next person. Moving on a little bit older, a little bit wiser. And I'm in my final year of university. I'm working on my thesis, which is investigating potential causes of liver disease. Now, for anybody who's done biochemistry and seen diagrams like this before, I apologize for re-inflicting that trauma on you. For everybody else, I'm going to try and explain what it is that I was working on without throwing too many terms like de novo lipogenesis or esterified fatty acids at you. So the liver is the body's central hub for metabolism. Each one of the arrows on this diagram represents a pathway where something is metabolized from one thing to another. For your context, there's about 135 of them. I cannot fit them all on one diagram. But my team was invested in particularly two pathways. We're looking at how the body breaks down fats, and I was specifically focusing on how the body metabolizes iron. And as a whole, we're looking to see what happens between these two pathways when the liver gets stressed. So for your understanding, we selected our gene targets, those are the items that are sort of like boxed in blue, very carefully. We then determined what our experimental controls would be. We worked very hard to ensure that we were using the same consistent methodology, and then we got to work. For 3 months, we tested each of these targets, and then we came together as a whole lab group to share sort of our version of a proof of concept. And yeah, all of the genes, all of these things in blue were giving us the results that were expected. The ones that we thought would be active were, and the ones that we thought would be quiet weren't really showing us any results. So we carried on with our work. Over the next 12 months, I tested these targets so many times. I painstakingly followed our protocols, even down to like timing the seconds out. And I honestly crunched more data than I think anybody knows what to do with. And then at the end of 12 months, we came together again, each person who took a different pathway in the liver, and shared our results. The only problem was they didn't line up. Now, as anybody who's been part of a software project, maybe you've dedicated a lot of time of your life to that and had it fall over or fail at the last minute, realizing that your work for 12 months of your life was wasted, that's a kick in the gut, that's a slap in the face. And that's exactly how I was feeling when I found out that 12 months of my life were effectively wasted. Effectively, we failed to test everything that we should have. So what didn't metabolize here in my piece of work? Well, by only testing those gene targets in blue and not everything that was happening between them, we relied on the equivalent of unit tests for our entire measure of quality. And we didn't test the entire process end to end. What happens between every single one of those 135 pathways in the liver? So we didn't even have anything to compare the results that we did generate to. And we only tested and planned for the happy path. So what happens according to plan, you know, how the liver is meant to metabolize things. And given that in this scenario, we were deliberately trying to stress it to break down the metabolic processes, we really should have considered that unhappy path. We just simply didn't test everything that we needed to. And look, that isn't something that's just restricted to medical research. Inadequate testing also contributed to the failure of TSB Bank's software migration in 2018. And that cost them £330 million and lost them 80,000 customers. So that's a pretty big mistake for not testing something. So how do you get over this? How do you overcome a lack of testing? If at all possible, consult the subject matter experts before you start your development work. They can help you ensure that you're testing everything that you need to and that your development practices are robust. Please don't just rely on unit tests. As foundational, as important as they are, if they're your only measure of quality, you could be potentially missing something that'll cause you an error or a bug later. And consider the happy and the unhappy parts in your testing. Because we all know users, I am a user, and I know that I make mistakes all of the time, and I will find some way to break something. Now we come to the failure that, frankly, I'm the most embarrassed about and the most mortified. So guys, strap yourselves in if you thought that was heavy. You see, I was asked to bake a cake. It was for a friend's 21st birthday party, and they're a massive fan of the movie Madagascar. So we thought, hey, it's their 21st, why not embrace this and go full kids party? I'm talking balloons, birthday patterns everywhere, piñata hanging from the ceiling. And then we thought, hey, why don't we do the birthday cake in the shape of their favorite character from the movie, King Julian? For those of you who haven't seen the movie or have forgotten, is this kooky looking lemur with the crown. So why was I asked to bake the cake? Well, I have a confession for you guys. I'm a stress baker. So when I get stressed, I bake. I baked recently in preparing for this talk. That's how stressed I was. And it's a hobby that I've kept up for the past several years. I've baked everything from fully edible terrariums, so I'm talking candy glass, cake for the soil, plastic, not plastic, matte modeling chocolate, I forget the fancy French name for it, but really fancy things. I've even made cartoon character cakes before, like Finding Dory, or Dory from Finding Nemo if you didn't see the sequel. So making something like this amazing thing shouldn't be too far out of my wheelhouse, right? Shouldn't be too far from my level of expertise. So I did what anybody would do in this situation, and I went hunting on the internet for inspiration. This is just one of the items that I sort of like based my cake on. I worked out everything that I would need, and then I pre-ordered all of my ingredients, all the things I'd need for decoration. Fast forward a couple of weeks, it's the day before the party, and I finish work at lunchtime, so I finish early, and then I go down to collect everything that I'd pre-ordered. Only problem was, they didn't have half the stuff I ordered, including the cake that I special ordered. So with very few options, you know, I'm a day away from this party, I had to come up with another solution. So I came up with a list of things that I thought I could substitute in terms of ingredients. I grabbed everything that I would need to bake cakes myself, and I headed home and got baking. I just pulled the cakes out of the oven when I got a phone call from the other person organising the party, asking me to do them just a little favour, and could I run down and pick up the guy's birthday present. Now, cakes have to cool after coming out of the oven, and I definitely can't start carving them up or decorating them until that's done. And I don't know if you guys know this, but birthday presents kind of a big deal. So, sure. But as anybody who works in Perth CBD knows that on a Friday afternoon, peak hour traffic is insane. So my quick errand quickly turned into a 3-hour-long trip. And that meant that I just didn't have the time that I needed that evening to start assembling this cake. No problem. I wake up even earlier the next morning. I get slicing my cake down into all the shapes that I need. I start getting ready to assemble it, only to sort of get tapped on the shoulder and told, you know that we're hosting this party, right? So we need to start setting up at about mid-afternoon and you need to go get ready. So I'm looking at my half-assembled cake and I know that it's going to take me at least another 8 hours to finish assembling this, especially given I'm working with things that I am not familiar with. So something had to give. I decided I had to start from scratch. I rebaked some cakes, and here's what I was able to deliver. In a little bit over 4 hours, I completely rebaked cakes and I decorated. Now, look, it's the minimum viable product, right? It's a cake, it kind of resembles King Julian on it, and look, when I cut it open, you know, the stuff did spill out like a piñata cake. But it wasn't even close to what I wanted to deliver. It wasn't sort of what we promised. And it definitely wasn't like this image, which is what I was aiming for. So I was still understandably embarrassed, and yet here I am sharing it all with you guys. So how did I, somebody who's got years of experience with baking, become a nailed it contender? Well, the resources and tools that I planned on having, ingredients I was familiar with, pre-made cakes so I could focus on decorating, had to be substituted. The organizer didn't consider conflicting priorities. I mean, yeah, a birthday present's important, but so's the birthday cake. And realistically, I should have pushed back on me being the person to pick it up. Surely someone else could have. And I also failed to plan for changes in my own capacity, or for these unexpected things to happen. I could have allowed myself even more time. At the end, it just came down to poor planning. Now, this is a contributor to 71% of projects that fail, so it's a big one. And look, it's not just related to baking or anything else like that. Poor planning caused a 3-time cost overrun for the US National Gas Company's ERP update. So they originally budgeted $330 million, and it cost them just over $1 billion to finish that project. That's a lot of money, could have been spent elsewhere. So how do we avoid becoming nailed it contenders? If at all possible, get your stakeholders, your party planners involved early, and make sure that you are on the same page when it comes to what needs to be delivered when. Plan ahead for rework, for unexpected tools and changes in your team and your own capacity. Deliver your minimum viable product and then continue to improve on it, if at all possible. So, how do we learn from my mistakes? I mean, failure is inevitable sometimes. It's a big part of life. It's part of developing software. But you know those small mistakes that I've made along the way? That doesn't have to snowball into a massive failure. So if you can ask yourself these couple of questions the next time you're working on a software project. Are we all on the same page? And is our understanding documented? Have we considered all parts in our development and our testing? And have we planned for when things go wrong? And is there a contingency plan in place? If you can answer yes to these 3 questions, then you would have at least learned from my mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. That was so good. And it was actually, you said thank you when my timer clicked over to 20 minutes. So well done on perfect timing as well. So we don't have any time for questions, but afternoon tea is being served right now if you guys want to go out the doors, and the lock note will be starting at 4:05. So you've got 25 minutes-ish if you want to head out. Thanks, everyone.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem.